Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Zeph and Omnic are ready to go, but Zeph holds the clear edge here. Zeph currently holds a strong 6-3 lead in their head-to-head history. We saw him put on a real clinic in the last couple of meetings. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can push back against that mental edge today. What a scrap. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange with just a sliver of health left. Things are officially squared up for the duo. The lower ranked player is definitely making his presence felt. A lethal display from the ramp, and that's a third straight for Omnic. He's really shaking off that shaky 926 start to his day. Zeph answers back immediately to put the tally at a dead heat. His slightly higher standing on the ladder gives him a bit more cushion here. Zeph claws back the lead with a tight 4-3 score. Expectations are being met as the higher rated player takes control. Zeph completely takes over now, keeping his cool to secure 3 straight. He's really leaning into that historical edge he's got over his opponent. Zeph claims another one from the ramp, putting him in total control of the pace. Zeph looks as comfortable here as he did in those red line clashes. Omnic digs deep here, showing some real grit to hold that momentum shift. He's showing a lot of resilience despite that lower ladder ranking. Omnic finds another clean target, flicking quickly to drop Zeph right off the ramp. Absolute focus from him right now. We're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see in a series this close. Omnic is really refusing to back down despite Zeth's historical edge. Fresh start for both sides now. He's holding his own on the ramp and continues to push this comeback effort. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed right now. Pure deadlock now with Zeth and Omnic tied at 7. Both of these guys are really fighting for every single point right now. Zeth just barely nudges ahead of the pack now. Quickest round of the match so far. Omnic is showing incredible strength here, finding another point to keep the series level. Unbelievable. Zeth survives a desperate firefight with almost nothing left to secure the point. A huge relief for him to walk away from that one. Omnic keeps the momentum rolling to bring this match back to a dead heat. This is becoming a total coin flip between the two of them. Zeth is playing that high ground beautifully right now, which gives him a narrow lead once again. The lower seed is truly fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. He's completely unfazed, securing another quick point to keep this battle perfectly level. Omnic simply refuses to break, cleaning up the fight to take another point from the ramp. He is putting an immense amount of pressure on the favorite. Zeth takes the lead back from the wall, making it a complete toss-up as we enter the final stretch. Despite the current tie, he's clearly the more experienced hand in the league. He takes complete control of the exchange, putting himself one step away from the finish line. That was an incredibly fast set of exchange. Game over. Zeth closes the door with an incredible finish to claim the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the absolute limit there, nearly erasing that historical gap we've seen. He just barely couldn't close it out. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zeph and Omnic facing off today on Orange to see who comes out on top. Zeph is holding a massive edge in their head-to-head history, having won 7 of their last 10 meetings. It's clearly a psychological advantage he's leaning into right now. He's looking to push that lead even further today. What a fight. He barely survives that exchange to take a commanding lead. Just an absolute shredding from the ramp for Zeth, who's now taking total control of this opening sequence. Omnic finally answers back to keep the scoreline respectable. He's had a tough 24 hours with that 9:26 record. He's refusing to go away, putting together a strong response to close the gap. Zeth has a significant advantage in the ratings, sitting comfortably above his opponent in our current rankings. And he's really using that a tactical edge to shut down the momentum Omnic tried to build. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can keep this pace high. Zeth is just cruising along with a 6-3 lead. He's showing some really sharp focus after a tight 13-11 victory earlier today. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Zeph is simply reacting faster than Omnic can keep up. Zeph is really making his presence felt here. Zeth is absolutely rolling now, putting on a show just before the players switch sides. Zeth takes a huge lead at 9-3. We went into this thinking it'd be a toss-up, but Zeth is just running away with it. Omnic needs a complete shift in energy to get back in this. Let's see if Omnic can wake up. Zeth is barely breaking a sweat at 10-3. That's a lightning fast way to secure another round. Omnic closed one back, but Zeth still holds a 10-4 lead. He's certainly got a hill to climb with those overall numbers. Omnic is refusing to go down easy, putting up a real fight to claw his way back into this. He's definitely finding an opening here. He's simply not slowing down, taking another one to keep this surge alive. A total flip from those previous clashes they had on red line. He absolutely cleans that up from the ramp, keeping his run alive with another win. Omnic had a tough 7-13 result against Waze recently on this same map. He's just completely shut down any hope of another Zeph run moving to a 5-round surge. Zeth quickly puts a stop to the momentum by catching his opponent off the ramp. Omnic is showing real grit here, stepping up with a flawless shot to keep his hopes alive. Zeth gets the upper hand in a quick exchange and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. What a shot! He refuses to let the game slip away and puts up a huge fight. His resolve is clearly returning after that tough start. That's it. Zeth shuts the door and claims the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit there, but the consistency simply wasn't on his side today. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Zeph and Omnic are facing off on Mapas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeph has a huge advantage in the head-to-head with an 8-3 lead. He's clearly been the one controlling these encounters historically. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find some consistency and flip the script this time. Unbelievable speed from the challenger, and he's now completely in control of the early game. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to 4 straight. Hard to believe the underdog is this composed right now. He's simply owning this opener, cruising to a 5-round lead. Zeth is having a brutal time today after those early victories. Finally, a round for Zeth to get back on the board. He's definitely showing a bit of that early season form from his recent win streaks. Zeth has a really promising run right now, having won his last 2 matches today. I mean, that momentum is definitely starting to shift the energy of this server. We'll see if Omnic can recover his footing before this slide gets too steep. The momentum has shifted completely, and he's now on a roll with 4 straight wins. The favorite is finally looking like the danger man again. A quick response here, getting things back on track with a tidy win. He's fighting a tough battle today after those 27 losses. Omnic holds a slim 3-round lead as we reset. He's certainly fighting a steep uphill climb given the current rank gap. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really holding his own despite the odds. Both of these guys have traded huge streaks, so this remains a wide open battle. Fresh starts for both now. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he claws out the victory by the skin of his teeth. He's definitely found a way to trade blows with the lead player. Omnic still maintains a 2-round edge here. Tough day for the challenger so far with those 9 losses. Zeth is refusing to buckle, delivering a perfectly clean shot to keep this series close. Omnic is still holding the line at 9-7. It's a huge shift from his poor run throughout the day. A gritty exchange here, but he manages to outlast the pressure to keep the deficit narrow. He's definitely fighting to prove why he entered as the favorite. Omnic stays in the driver's seat at 10-8. He's definitely playing above his usual level tonight. Omnic is just too fast today. He's really putting a stranglehold on this game. And that is just cold-blooded. He's now 1 round away from victory. Just total precision on that final shot. What a finish. Omnic closes it out with total precision to take the series. He really stepped up to snap that losing streak today. Omnic just refused to let this one slip away. Zeth has a strong historical edge here, winning 67% of their previous encounters. But he's fighting to reverse a trend since Omnic took the most recent game on the same layout. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this early momentum. Welcome everyone, Zeth and Omnic are stepping onto Mappas to see who comes out on top today. He's been an absolute machine today, playing through 10 other series. Zeth's just barely pulled ahead to lead 2-1. He's certainly looking to bounce back after that tough loss just a few hours ago. Zeth is quickly gaining some serious ground here, putting the pressure on for a fast lead. It's been a brutal 24 hours for the underdog with a 10-27 record. Zeth is simply untouchable right now, walking away with a third straight victory. His slightly higher standing on the ladder is starting to show. Tough scramble here, but Omnic holds his ground to keep this contest competitive. Still needs a few more points to bridge that gap in the rankings. Omnic is showing some real grit, picking up another fast round to close the distance. What a comeback. He surged back from a 3-round deficit to completely level this game. The momentum has completely shifted away from the pre-match favorite. He's just completely taken over, racking up 4 straight to claim a narrow lead. Absolutely stifling. He just keeps rolling through these rounds with a 5-game surge. He is simply refusing to let up, shutting the door on any hope of a recovery. Zeth is showing some serious grit now, narrowing the gap to just 2 rounds before we head into the break. Omnic holds an 8-5 advantage as we hit the midway point. I mean, he's really defying the odds tilt in his favor. That 6-round run of perfection completely flipped the script on Zeth's usual consistency. Fresh start for both of them. Another clean finish, and the resilience is starting to pay off for him. The pressure is mounting for the designated favorite to flip the script. He's making it look easy, putting together another win and extending that lead to 10. The underdog is really putting on a clinic right now. A completely flawless exchange that puts him firmly in control. The gap in their ladders is feeling wide right now. That manages to find his mark and snag another for himself. Zeth is finally starting to claw his way back into this series. A blistering reaction to put the pressure back on, and he's now just 1 away from victory. Unbelievable! He seals the victory with a lightning fast shot to claim the whole series. He's really turning things around today, finally getting a decisive result after a long run of bad luck. Welcome everyone, we're on Fast Aim today for a match between Zeph and Omnic. Let's see who comes out on top. Zeph holds a decent overall lead in their head-to-head history with 8 wins. But Omnic has really shifted the momentum in their most recent encounters. He's definitely playing with more confidence right now. Omnic takes a narrow lead with 2 rounds banked. The lower rated man is putting on a real show here. What an absolute war. Zeth barely walks away from that one to even the score. Omnic has had a tough stretch overall today. Zeth is pulling ahead now, leading 3-2. Hard to ignore how a tough day it's been for him so far. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing his 3rd straight win with an effortless shot. It's been a brutal stretch for the lower rated player today. Zeth catches him right off the ramp to keep this roll going. Things are looking tough for a man who's gone 11-26 today. Omnic manages to outlast him and clears that ramp to keep his comeback alive. There was a quick exchange to stop the bleeding. Zeph's overall superiority in their head-to-head match history is starting to show well since he's managed to shake off those losses from earlier today. It looks like the odds for this match are finally aligning with the server. Zeth stays hot, completely shutting down that comeback effort. He's definitely moving in the right direction after those 2 losses earlier. Zeth heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. He's really taking control here. We expected a close fight, but he's completely run away with the first half. Time for a total reset. Omnic finds a glimpse of hope to bring it to 9-4. Zeth has historically been the one to dominate this particular matchup. Zeth pushes his lead to 10-4 after that. Zeth is really making a statement in this series today. Omnic is refusing to let this game get completely out of hand. He's fighting a steep uphill battle despite that last shot. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now as those quick rounds are starting to pile up in his favor. Pace has slowed down quite a bit with these last few exchanges taking longer to settle. It's definitely a closer fight than the rankings suggested. Omnic has completely reversed the energy here, grabbing his 3rd win in the last 4 exchanges. Zeth is just 1 step away from victory after that flawless exchange. That's a classic look for the higher seed to close it out. A quick reaction from Omnic to keep the fight going. He really knows how to step up in these high-stakes moments. A strong play from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's showing some serious resilience in this final stretch. He's completely shut down the momentum shift. Unreal. He's completely taken over these last few exchanges to keep the dream alive. What a finish. Zeth secures the map with a decisive shot off the ramp. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find that final breakthrough. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena, everyone. Zeth and Omnic are stepping up for this match, with Zeth entering as the favorite. Zeth holds a clear advantage in their overall head-to-head, having won 9 of their 14 meetings. It makes sense given how he's usually handled the pressure against him today. We'll see if Omnic can find a way to turn it around. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The lower rated man is definitely feeling the confidence right now. Another lightning fast response, and he's just completely taken over this game. Simply untouchable right now, taking this one down with ease. It's a complete reversal of the usual dynamic between these two. He is just painting a masterpiece out there, extending that run to 5 straight. He has a huge mountain to climb after that 10-27 run today. This is getting scary. He has now claimed 6 consecutive rounds in an absolute rout. A tough spot for the man who usually has the upper hand. Total blowout as he pushes his current run to 7 straight. Zeth's higher ranking isn't helping him at all right now. A total lockdown now as the streak hits 8 straight. A really surprising turn for the lower rated player here. Finally, Zeth manages to fight back and secure a round for himself. He's looking to get back into that 9-5 head-to-head lead. Omnic is having a day that completely defies his current 27% overall win rate. I mean, he's essentially playing like the top seed right now. Despite the historical struggle, it'll be interesting to see if Zeth can find any way to stop the bleeding before the half. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, it's a shocking turn of events since Zeth usually wins 64% of their head-to-head matchups. He's looking completely lost right now. Omnic is relentlessly pushing the pace at 10-3. He's really capitalizing on this momentum shift. Zeth narrows the gap slightly, but trailing 4-10 is rough. Ridiculously fast reaction to take that round. Omnic is really in control here, just a few steps away from closing the door on this series. Zeth is finally starting to dig in and put up a fight. Zeth is finally putting together a decent run to close out this gap. His overall record on this map generally favors Zeth. What a fight! He somehow claws out a victory and barely stays standing. Unreal, he's really playing with fire on that health bar. An absolute shutout for Omnic, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Omnic is showing a level of consistency we rarely see from him. Zeth finds a way to stop the momentum, but he's still facing a steep uphill climb. He's definitely fighting to prove why he's the higher rated player. He's refused to go down quietly, managing a 2nd straight win to keep this match alive. Absolutely incredible. He is on fire right now, keeping the dream alive with a 3rd straight victory. Boom! Omnic closes it out and secures the map victory. Despite that late charge from Zeth, the underdog managed to hold his ground and walk away with a huge victory. What a match! Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are stepping onto Italy to see who comes out on top. Zeth enters this match with a clear mental edge, leading their all-time head-to-head battle 9-6. He's managed to outplay Omnic consistently over their shared history. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries him through the rest of the set. Omnic holds the momentum now, leading 2-1. Coming off a tough 11-27 stretch today, but things are looking up. We're right back to a dead heat. Neither of these two is letting the other pull away. He's really fighting for that top 30 spot on the ladder today. Omnic has snatched the lead with a 3-2 advantage. Omnic is proving his reliability today despite that struggling record. We are completely locked in at 3 apiece. He's certainly putting his higher rating to use right now. Zeth is really starting to put some distance between himself and Omnic here. Omnic has really struggled on this particular map in the past. He's simply too fast right now, putting together a strong run to take a 2-round lead. He's really showing that rank advantage throughout this set. Omnic answers back quickly to keep things tight. There was a lightning fast response. A total stalemate now as they hit 5 each. Zeth is fighting a hard battle to stay ahead of his opponent. He is simply unstoppable right now, putting together 3 straight as we approach the halfway mark. We're deadlocked at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected going in. Both players have traded blows perfectly. So it really comes down to who keeps their cool in the second half. Let's see who blinks first. Zeth breaks the tie to grab a thin lid. He's definitely playing like the favorite today. Zeth is currently sitting on a strong 3-round streak. You know, it's a huge shift in momentum considering he actually dropped his last match against Omnic just a little while ago. He's really trying to close the door on this set before his opponent can regroup. Zeth's pulling away now, holding a comfortable 2-round cushion. The higher seed is really asserting his authority in this one. Zeth is putting on a serious show right now, really making this feel like a one-sided affair. Unreal. He barely clings to life after that brutal exchange to secure another one. He's just completely in control of the server right now. A rapid-fire exchange, and he is just 1 round away from closing this out. Absolutely incredible! Zeth shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. He just completely took over the server, making that head-to-head lead look even more substantial after that crushing run. Welcome everyone, Zeth and Omnic are stepping onto red line to see who comes out on top today. Zeth holds a clear historical advantage with a 10-6 lead in their head-to-head meetings, while their track record hasn't helped him much today as he's fighting a steep uphill battle after dropping the opening frame. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the script here. What a scrap. Omnic manages to outlast him off the ramp, but he barely survives that exchange. Omnic is dominating, now leading 3-1. He's putting on a real performance despite a rough day overall. What a fight! Omnic barely escapes that brutal exchange to push his lead to 4. Really tough way to start the server after having the upper hand lately. Omnic just wipes him off the ramp, keeping this intense run alive. He's certainly defying those head-to-head numbers right now. He's simply unstoppable right now, extending the streak to 5. The underdog is putting on a clinic right now. Unreal Zeth claws back from the edge of death to finally break that momentum. That was an incredibly tight finish for the winner. Zeth barely clings on with a sliver of health to hold the ramp and keep the momentum shifting. The lower rated player is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Omnic has been struggling mightily with an 11-26 record over the last day. That makes this current run especially impressive given how much he's been losing lately. It's a massive turnaround in confidence. Omnic still has a massive 5-round cushion. Just a brutal way to follow those last 2 losses. Omnic holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, we expected a tight battle, but he's completely controlled the pace so far. Zeth has to tighten up his game to claw back into this fresh start for both guys. Omnic stays in the driver's seat at 9-4. He's really shaking off those previous losses to Zeth right now. Omnic is just capitalizing on every advantage today, quickly taking down Zeth from that ramp position. Omnic shuts him down from the ramp to push his current streak to 3. His performance today is a total flip from the usual head-to-head dynamic. Zeth manages to win a quick exchange, fighting back to 5. Omnic responds immediately, putting himself on the verge of victory. That was a sharp reset to shut down any hope of a run. Game over. Omnic shuts the door with a huge final shot from the ramp. He's completely flipped the script on the rivalry today. Zeth just couldn't find any answers for that kind of speed. Welcome everyone. We're back on orange for a match between Zeth and Omnic. Zeth is the slight favorite here. Zeth holds a strong 10-7 head-to-head lead over his opponent. It's interesting because Omnic actually dominated their most recent encounter. The pressure is now on Zeth to keep that long-term advantage in his favor. He is just completely taking over this opener with a perfect sequence of plays. Total shutout from Omnic, who refuses to let his opponent run away with his game. He's showing some real grit here, shutting down that early momentum completely. Unbelievable. He's completely turned this around to even the score. This is certainly not the start Zeth imagined for this set. He answers back immediately to reclaim a one-round advantage. He looks surprisingly fresh despite a tough day on the server. What a response! Omnic is refusing to go away, locking in another clean win to knot the score. Zeth edges ahead again, pushing the lead to 5-4. He's definitely trying to shake off that loss from their last meeting. A pristine sequence there to bring the series level. He's showing a lot of heart in this match. It's a total toss-up as we approach the mid-game mark. He's putting on a huge display of strength to climb back into this game. Zeth is struggling to maintain his status as the early favorite. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, it's the dead heat we expected to see. Neither player is blinking today, and that will set up a huge battle on the other side. Let's see who settles in first. Absolute chaos there. Zeth claws back into the lead, barely surviving that exchange with a sliver of health. That was a nail-biter for the ages. Omnic manages to keep his cool and brings the tally level once again. Neither one of these guys is letting an inch of ground. Zeth puts his nose ahead at 8-7 with that play. Zeth looks much more comfortable than he did in that blame red line blowout. He's showing incredible fortitude to drag this set back to a dead even split. He's showing the exact same persistence we saw in that thriller against Flux. Zeth takes control again, pushing his lead to 9-8. He's looking for more consistency today after a tough 4-4 run. Omnic stays aggressive and manages to bring the series back to a deadlock. It's practically a coin toss at this point. Tough fight where both players landed heavy shots, but Omnic manages to pull through again. This is exactly why the books gave him the edge earlier. Zeth answers back, and we are tied at 10-all. Everything is back on the line for these two. He's really digging in now, staying aggressive to claw back into a lead. The momentum shift is clearly favoring the underdog now. Another effortless point for Omnic, who now looks just one step away from victory. Massive stop by Zeth to keep his hopes alive right when he needed it most. A quick exchange that shifts the energy right back into this clash. Absolute mayhem. He's completely erased that deficit to force this series into overtime. Grueling back and forth battle, but Omnic digs deep to secure the edge in this overtime fight. A sharp adjustment from Omnic to keep his lead secure. This is becoming a true game of inches, with neither player able to sustain a lead for more than a single round. Zeth just managed to shut down that momentum swing. Omnic is simply refusing to break, shutting that door quickly to maintain his grip on the set. A complete shutdown of the opposition, leaving Omnic just one round away from the victory. He's completely in control of the pace now. What a finishing touch. Omnic closes out the series with a perfect shot to secure the win. He really had to grind for that victory in overtime, but he finally puts a dent in that head-to-head record. He really earned this one. Welcome to the arena. We've got Zef and Omnic stepping up for this match to see who comes out on top. Zef holds a 10-8 lead in their head-to-head history, but he's really struggling to close the gap today. It's a tough spot for him after dropping 2 straight maps to this opponent. He'll need to find a way to pivot his approach quickly. Omnic is just dominating Zeth right now, taking a 2-0 lead. Omnic looks far more comfortable than when he struggled on aim Italy P. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another clean win to start the map on fire. The lower ranked player is completely taking over the early stages. He's simply on another level today, sweeping through this early stretch. It is a massive shift from how he looked on Italy P. Zeth finally gets a round on the board to break that opening surge. He's on a roll now, taking total control of the exchange to keep the comeback alive. Omnic has been putting in an incredible amount of work lately, playing 24 maps in the last day. Well, that level of activity is usually draining, but he seems to be using that high volume to stay sharp. It's giving him a clear edge in these early exchanges. Omnic has stretched his lead to 6-3 now. It's a big turnaround given how his day started with those 13-24 results. That was a wild scramble, but Zef manages to outlast him and claw another one back. This is definitely not going down without a fight here. Omnic is still firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. It's 8-4 in favor of Omnic heading into the break. I mean, Zeth clearly has the stronger track record on the arena, but he's just not finding any answers for his opponent right now. Time for a clean slate. Omnic is putting a stranglehold on this at 9-4. Zev just hasn't found the same success he had on A Italy P. Zeth finally earns a point, bringing things to 5-9. He usually finds success against this opponent over the long haul. That was an incredibly fast reaction. Omnic is just lighting up the map right now. Omnic is just on a tear right now. He's putting an incredible amount of pressure on Zeth. Zeth has to dig deep here, but he's starting to put up a fight. He's fighting through a tough spell after those back-to-back losses earlier. Another rapid response by Omnic, putting him just one round away from victory. Zeth steps up with a precise burst to keep himself in this match. He's definitely fighting for a shred of pride here. Unbelievable. Omnic digs deep in a chaotic brawl to secure the final round and the map. Just a complete reversal of fortune today, with the underdog continuing to steamroll through this. Welcome to Italy. We've got Zef and Omnic stepping up for a great matchup to see who takes the win. Zef actually holds a 10-9 head-to-head lead over his opponent. It's a surprising contrast to the recent results where Omnic has been completely in control. Zef will be hoping this first round is the start of a genuine comeback. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. That momentum is mirroring their 3 straight victories today. We are right back to a dead heat here, with neither player able to secure a lasting lead. Omnic holds a slim edge as we enter round 5. Omnic is really pulling away with a 4-2 lead. He really seems to have Zeth's number tonight. A total shutdown. He's just not letting Zef breathe right now. Zef proves he's not going down without a fight, clawing back one more round. Zeth is showing a lot of heart, refusing to let his opponent pull away further. What a shift! He's now completely flipped the script to bring the score level. Looking at the numbers, it's anyone's game from here. Omnic manages to pick him off the Tetris to reclaim a 1-round lead. Omnic has a lot of ground to make up with a 20% win rate here. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. Well, this is exactly the kind of deadlock we expected given their similar ratings. Both players have traded blows and neither one is willing to buckle. Fresh start for both players here. Omnic just notches ahead to claim a 76% lead. Both of these guys are sitting pretty close in the lower third of the ladder. A gritty scrap that sees him claw another round back to keep things completely level. A lightning fast trade to force this deadlock. He's simply too fast, putting up a completely untarnished round to take control of the series. Unreal. He just walked away from a brutal exchange to secure his 3rd straight. He certainly found his 2nd win since the half. He's completely taking over now, picking up another victory to stretch his streak to 4. It's a complete reversal from how the first half played out. An instant reaction, and he's back in the mix, refusing to let the lead slip away. He's really digging in now, keeping his composure to shrink the gap even further. The gap in their ratings is almost non-existent tonight. Omnic is on fire now, closing out another clean round to keep this surge moving. Neither side is giving an inch as we head toward the finish line. The streak continues as he puts on a display of raw skill to move within striking distance of victory. The momentum shift is stark compared to their first encounter. Absolute poise from Zeth, walking away unscathed to pull this series completely level. An incredibly high-stakes deadlock as we head into the final stretch. What a recovery, he just completely shut him down to put himself in position for the win. Unbelievable, Zeth survives that absolute war to close the series and complete a stunning recovery. He finally breaks that losing streak against the man in the next booth. Talk about keeping his cool under pressure. Truly a gritty performance. Welcome to the match. Zeph and Omnic take the stage on Mapas for a fresh 1v1 showdown. Zeph holds the edge in their head-to-head history, winning 11 of their last 20 meetings. It is a tough spot to be in because he's just come off a narrow win in their very last game. I wonder if Omnic is using that loss as fuel to secure a stronger lead early today. He's completely outclassing the opposition right now, securing a lightning-fast third straight. He's just unstoppable right now, putting up a perfect 4-round start. He really needs to shake off that 14-24 record from today. Absolutely crushing the opposition. He's now took 5 straight to open the map. The favorites ranking doesn't mean much when he's playing like this. A brutal exchange here, but he manages to outlast his opponent to reach a half dozen straight. Really ignoring that head-to-head advantage right now. Finally, a response from Zeph to halt that momentum. Just a few points of rating separating these two on the ladder. Zeph is fighting a tough climb here despite his 11-9 lead in their overall rivalry. He's a higher rated player who clearly has the skill to close this gap. Now it's just about whether he can keep this momentum flowing. What a fight! He nearly went down, but manages to edge out a 4th straight victory. What a nerve-wracking finish for that last exchange. He gets another clean shot off, keeping the pressure high before the mid-match break. Omnic takes a solid lead heading into the break at 8-4. I mean, he's definitely playing better than his 26% win rate on this map suggests. Zeph managed to pick up a few rounds late, but he has a lot of ground to cover now. Time to switch things up. Zeth grabs another, bringing the score to 5-8. He's putting that 42% win rate to a real test right now. Omnic strikes again, stretching his lead to 9-5. He's really proving himself to be a huge threat today. Zeph is making this a real contest, chipping away at that early deficit 1 round at a time. Zeth is really looking for that edge in the recent series. Omnic is cruising comfortably with a 4-round cushion. That's his 3rd victory of the series since the match started. Omnic still holds a 3-round cushion over Zeth. Neither man has really found their footing today. He's starting to find some serious stability, grabbing another one to keep the climb alive. That's a strong look for the guy currently sitting in the top 50. He's on a tear now, picking up another quick one to keep the comeback rolling. Looking at the standings, the gap between these two is narrowing fast. What a surge! He's completely erased the gap, leveling the match at 10 apiece. A completely different energy now for this total deadlock. Omnic answers back with a quick win, regaining a narrow lead. Neither one has managed to string more than 2 in a row today. That was an effortless shot, putting Omnic just 1 round away from victory. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor. Zeph refuses to go down easily, keeping himself in the game with an effortless shot. And there it is, Omnic shuts the door with a perfect final shot to take the series. Zeth really clawed his way back to force a nail-biter, but he just couldn't find that final breakthrough. He'll be gutted after a fight like that. What a match. Welcome to the Dunes. Zeph and Omnic are stepping up for a close match to see who comes out on top. Zeph actually holds the lead in their head-to-head history with 11 total wins. He is certainly the favorite on paper, but his form over the last 10 games has been far more inconsistent than Omnic's recent surge. It will be interesting to see if that long-term edge still matters here. Omnic is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's proving that long-term head-to-head edge is still there. Zeph has completely flipped the script, quickly erasing those early mistakes to take the lead. He is just taking over this match now, looking completely untouchable in the duel. Another fast reaction for the leader, who simply cannot be stopped right now. He's simply in a different gear right now, securing his 5th consecutive win. Brutal exchange, but he manages to walk away with the 6th straight victory. It's a stark contrast to the match they just played on Mapas. What a scramble! Zeth survives a chaotic firefight to keep this streak moving. He's finally finding some answers after that loss on Mapas. Omnic puts an end to that run with a crisp reaction of his own. Omnic has been on a tear lately with a 70% win rate in his last 10 games. That high-level confidence is translating into a real problem for Zeph right now. The lead is still safe, but the tide is definitely shifting. Zeph takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. And honestly, this is coming as a shock given how well Omnic has been playing lately. He's completely shut down the match for a while now. Zeth pushes the lead back to 9-4. A narrow gap in rating between these two, but the difference is clear today. Zeth is towering over him now, leading 10-4. Despite the rough start today, his 15-23 record shows how often he plays. Omnic is refusing to just fade away here, clawing his way back into the mix. He is definitely fighting against his 30% recent win rate right now. Zeth is making a real push here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic in this second half. The higher rated player is really asserting himself now. He shuts the door on that small rally, putting himself just a single frame away from victory. And that's it. A clean finish to cap off a huge performance for Zeth. Omnic fought hard to get back in there, but he just couldn't stop the bleeding today. Welcome to the show. Zef and Omnic are ready to face off on red line to see who takes the win. Zef holds a clear 12-10 lead in their total head-to-head history. It's interesting to see him struggling early on today, given how well he's typically fared against this opponent. He'll want to leverage that mental edge to get back into this series. Omnic is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. Omnic is really putting up a fight after that tough loss on Dunes. We've got a total deadlock here. It's a complete toss-up after those first few exchanges. The lower-seeded player is really stepping up in these early rounds. Omnic pulls ahead, putting the pressure on Zeth now. The two are practically tied on the ladder right now. Zeth has fought his way back to a stalemate. It's a total toss-up right now, despite the rating difference. A real shootout on the ramp, and Zed just comes out on top to keep his momentum going. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Zef is simply on another level right now, securing his third straight win in a blur. Zef looks like the favorite we expected here. Unbelievable, he barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health remaining. That is a crazy low health margin to survive with. They're completely neck and neck as we enter the 11th. The momentum shift is real, considering how rocky his day has been. Omni catches him right off the ramp to claim his third straight win. It's a bit of a struggle for the higher rated player today. We're all square at 6-6. Well, this is exactly the kind of slugfest we anticipated. Neither player has managed to maintain a lead for long, and both are trading blows perfectly in this set. Fresh starts for both. Zeth manages to clear him off the ramp to put himself in the driver's seat. Omnic has been incredibly busy today, playing 24 maps already. Still tied up at 7-all. This is intense. Zeth grabs a narrow 1-point advantage here. He's showing some real consistency compared to those earlier rounds. These rounds are just flying by. Neither of them is giving the other a second to breathe. Zeth narrowly edges ahead as we head into 17. He's certainly put in the work today with 24 maps already. Zeth is really putting his foot on the gas, holding a 2-round lead here. It's worth noting that he's been quite productive against Omnic lately, taking 2 out of their last 3 meetings. He's looking for another decisive result today. Omnic is really picking up speed now, taking control from the ramp to pull ahead. The underdogs are proving to be a real problem today. Zeth has really tightened his grip on this game, keeping his composure as he pulls ahead by 1. The gap between these two is virtually non-existent on the ladder. The tension is reaching a fever pitch as we hit the home stretch of this series. What a turn of events. He's now just a single round away from victory. That was a sharp response to Cisco. And that's the final blow. Omnic closes it out with a perfectly executed shot to secure the series. Zeth had every opportunity to close that out, but he just couldn't find the finishing touch in those final exchanges. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're on orange for a close matchup between Zeth and Omnic. Let's see who takes the lead. Zeth currently holds a narrow 12-11 lead in their head-to-head history. It's interesting because the two are so closely matched on the ladder that this series usually comes down to the final round. I wonder if Zeth can maintain this early pressure. Zeth is cruising right now, leading 2-1. He's been facing a lot of resistance throughout his day so far. Zeth is moving fast here. He's really putting a lot of pressure on Omnic to react. Omnic is fighting back, trailing just 1 round behind. This is proving to be a high-intensity battle for the underdog. And we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. We're seeing a reflection of the Red Line series from just moments ago. Zeth just put a stop to that mini run, showing he can quickly flip the momentum on these matchups. Unbelievable. Omnic scrapes through that one with practically nothing left in the tank. The confidence is shifting after that narrow escape. Omnic just edges ahead to take a 5-4 lead. The higher rated player is struggling to find an answer here. He's firmly in control now, taking a commanding 3-round streak into the double digits. He's certainly making the most of his high activity level today. Zeth answers back quickly, bringing the deficit down to a single round. Zeth looks like he's trying to get back to his usual dominance in this rivalry. Omnic goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. You know, it's been a very balanced start as expected. Both players are playing a tight game and neither has really managed to break away yet. Fresh start for both players here. Omnic is currently on a positive run, winning 60% of his last 10 games. It's clearly paying off as he's now the one dictating the pace in this particular series. Zeth needs to find some stability quickly or this one will slip away. Omnic is really pulling away now with a 9-6 cushion. It's tough to see the higher seed struggle like this. Zeth has to find a way to shut this down or the game is going to get out of hand very quickly. He is certainly making the most of his heavy activity today. Omnic is staring down a 10-7 lead now. It's a tough spot for the higher rated player today. He manages to claw back another one, refusing to let this match slide. He's starting to put a real dent in that lead. Omnic is really tightening the screws here, refusing to let Zeth string together a long recovery. A completely effortless kill for Zeth, who continues to chip away at that deficit. That was a lightning fast reaction, putting Omnic just 1 step away from victory. Absolute perfection from Omnic to wrap this up and secure the victory. He's certainly riding a wave of momentum right now, and that's another huge win for the road. He's really starting to dominate this rivalry. Welcome everyone, we've got Zeph and Omnic heading onto Mapas for this match, with Omnic entering as the slight favorite. What a scrap! Zeph walks away with that first round after nearly being deleted. He's playing some very high level stuff right now, despite those recent losses. Omnic is currently on a tear with a 70% win rate in his most recent outings. That momentum is a huge factor here, considering these two have played dozens of times. It'll be interesting to see if Zed can disrupt that run. Unreal, he claws back from the brink to secure a second straight win. They're practically deadlocked in their head-to-head history. Zed is firmly in control with a 3-2 lead. He's clearly leaning on that recent victory from earlier today. That was a lightning fast exchange, and Omnic manages to secure that one from the ramp. The momentum shift is total, and he's now claimed 3 straight rounds. He's really leaning into that confidence from the previous 2 games. Zeth answers back right now, bringing us back to a dead heat. Good lord. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange after Zeth almost had him from the ramp. An absolutely nail-biting finish for that one. And we're completely tied up at 5 apiece. We're seeing a total toss-up tonight between these two. Omnic just edges ahead, taking a slim 6-5 lead. He's certainly making the most of being the more active player today. We've got a narrow 7-5 lead for Omnic heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of close battle we expected from these two. Everything remains up in the air. Let's see who comes out stronger. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, just shutting Zeth down right as he tried to play from the ramp. The gap between them is almost non-existent on the ladder. Omnic just can't be shaken right now. He's effectively taking over this series. The gap in the rankings is tiny, but the impact is huge. Absolute control from the ramp. He extends that streak to 3 in a row. Zeth finally puts an end to that run with a clean sequence. The matchup stays tight as these two trade blows. He's definitely defying the odds with a low 30% success rate in his last 10 matches. Well, it's a complete turnaround compared to how the day started for him. He's proving that his poor recent run isn't defining this specific encounter. Incredible, he's completely reversed the tide with another huge round, cutting the lead to just 1. Simply sensational. He's now completely erased that early deficit to bring the scores level. He's absolutely on fire now, piling on a 6th straight victory to seize the lead. Unbelievable. He just keeps rolling through, and now he's only 1 round away from victory. This looks nothing like the matchup we expected from the start. Absolute madness. He closes out the series in an incredible run of form to take the match. He's fought through some absolute hell this set to pull off that victory. He really dug deep. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Omnic and Zeth stepping up for a very close battle today. Zeth holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history, and honestly, that mental edge seems to be translating into his performance today. He's coming off a fresh victory in their most recent clash, so he's certainly feeling confident right now. Zeth is cooking right now, pushing ahead 2-1. He's been fighting an uphill battle in this matchup lately. Zeth is starting to pull away here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic early on. He's proving to be the more consistent side tonight. Zeth is dominating this, sitting comfortably at 4 rounds. It looks like the pre-match favorites are proving right. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Zeth scrambled to close this out for his 3rd straight win. Omnic gets a clean answer there, securing a quick victory. He's definitely looking to flip the script on his overall record here. Omnic just completely dismantled him off the ramp to keep this rally going. Suddenly the pressure has completely shifted onto Zeth. He's completely in control now, taking a 3rd straight round to close the gap. That is a very fast recovery to get back in this. Incredible, he has completely erased the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. The momentum has swung entirely in his... Zeth secures the target effortlessly as the first half draws to a close. Zeth holds a 7-5 advantage going into the break. Well, it's a very balanced set so far. He's managed to stay on top despite Omnic putting up a serious fight with that one long rally. Fresh start now. That was a total shutdown. He's showing some serious grit to stay in this game. He's really refusing to let this slip away. Omnic has played a massive amount of these, but his 21% win rate here shows he really struggles with this layout. It makes sense why he's fighting so hard to close the gap right now. He'll need a strong run to overcome those odds. Zeth just extended his cushion to a 9-7 lead. He's staying remarkably calm despite a tough day on the server. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, and Omnic is looking a bit lost in the shuffle. Omnic reacts instantly to shut him down, showing a real will to stay in this match. A perfect shot to knock Zeth off the ramp, and the comeback effort continues. He's really starting to put some serious heat on Zeth. Unbelievable, he's completely overturned the script, squaring things up at 10 apiece. Absolute chaos now as we head into the final stretch. Pure precision here. Omnic has fully seized the lead with another effortless takedown. Lightning fast response gives him a 5-round streak and places him on match point. Zeth stands tall with a clean get, preventing the match from ending right here. A critical stop for the underdog to stay alive. What a finish. He clawed his way back from the brink to secure the map in an absolute nail-biter. He really pushed through those odds today to secure a huge victory. Zeth fought until the very end. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Omnic taking on Zeph today on Dunes to see who comes out on top. The series between these two is perfectly balanced at 13-13 wins, and honestly, that's what makes this particular clash so unpredictable. Omnic has a strong win that is back right now after their most recent encounter. We'll see if he can keep that pressure on. Omnic is completely taking over, putting a grip on this match early. He's looked much more confident lately, having won 70% of his last 10. He is just far too fast for Zeph right now, taking a 4th straight round without taking a single point of damage. He's just untouchable today, putting together a perfect 5-round start. Total lockout. He's just not letting Zeph get any footing in this match. A tough spot for the number 33 seed to be in. Finally a round for Zeph, who manages to trade back and secure his first point. It's a tight gap between them on the ladder today. Omnic has been really active today with 16 wins over the last 24 hours. And that sheer volume of gameplay seems to be paying off in terms of consistency. He's outperforming his usually low win rate throughout this series. Omnic keeps cruising with a dominant 8-2 lead. That was a quick response to keep things in. Zeph is making a push here, finally finding some stability in these exchanges. He's managed to take most of the head-to-head rounds in their last 5. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, we expected a close battle here, but Omnic is just running away with this one. Zeth really needs to step up his game on the switch. Fresh start for Zeth here. Omnic extends the lead to 10-3, just relentless. The a priori favoritism is looking completely justified in this set. These rounds are flying by. Zeth is just getting completely outpaced right now. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite here. Absolutely spotless work from Omnic to shut down that spark and put himself on the verge of victory. Zeph answers back with a crisp shot, delaying the inevitable for another round. It's definitely a climb, but he's fighting with everything he's got. He's refusing to go down quietly, holding on to a second straight win. The pressure is definitely starting to mount for the favorite now. What a finish. Omnic shuts the door with a perfect headshot to close out the series. He's just on another level right now. A couple of those sub-second kills really define the pace today. Welcome to Italy. We've got Omnic and Zef facing off today to see who comes out on top. Omnic currently leads the head-to-head matchup with 14 wins over Zef. It's interesting because he's really leaning into that confidence today, you know, especially after taking 2 of their last 3 meetings in such convincing fashion. Omnic has the edge now, leading 2-1. Zeth needs to find a way to shake this off. The speed of these encounters is incredible. Omnic is just simply too fast right now. Omnic is just relentlessly pushing ahead at 3-2. That was a lightning fast response to get this score closer. Omnic is just running away with this, 4-2. His recent form is definitely showing compared to his opponents. Omnic has been fighting a losing battle overall today, sitting at a 17-23 record. It's interesting to see how he's completely flipped that script in this specific series. I wonder if Zef can find an answer before the lead becomes insurmountable. Zeth quickly recovers a point here, keeping the deficit to 3. Crucial moment for him after losing those first 2 series today. Omnic is absolutely dominating, pulling way ahead at 7-3. Omnic is simply unstoppable, extending his lead to 8-3. Omnic takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a close fight, but he's clearly in better form right now. Zeth is going to need a big shift in momentum to close this gap. Time to see a new side. Unreal. He almost let this one slip, barely surviving with a sliver of health. He is definitely playing like the favorite in this match. Omnic is cruising now, extending it to 9-5. That is a tight gap in the rankings we're seeing here. Zeth clawed one back to make it 9-6. It's a tight gap between these two on the ladder. The search continues. Zeth is on fire now, picking up another round to keep this climb alive. He's proving why he belongs in the top half of the ladder. Absolute perfection. He is completely taking over this match now. A huge swing from where things stood just a few minutes ago. He's done it. The comeback is complete and we are all square at 9 apiece. It's a completely different game than we saw at the start. He is simply refusing to slow down, marking a 6th straight victory to take the lead. The underdog is fully in control of the space. Holy cow, what an exchange. Has scraped through that chaos with his health barely holding on. Absolute nail-biter of a... Omnic claws back a point here, narrowing the gap. The numbers are tight with barely any rating gap between these two. What a turnaround. Omnic is suddenly looking like the one with all the momentum here. Neither player has truly pulled away today. What a brawl. He barely makes it out of that exchange alive, but the momentum has completely shifted. What a finish! He closes it out in an instant to secure the match victory. Zeth really gave him a run for his money, and that 7-round tier almost flipped the script. He just couldn't find that last push. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have Omnic and Zeth facing off today to see who takes the match. Omnic has clearly found a way to crack the code in this rivalry, winning their last 3 head-to-heads. It's a huge mental advantage to have when you're stepping into a fresh series like this. Zeth definitely needs to shake off that losing skid quickly. Unbelievable. Both players were practically depleted, but he just barely scraped through that fight. It's been a rough day for Zeth with only 7 wins overall. Omnic is just dominating, holding a commanding 3-1 lead. Zeth fights back, pulling into a tight 3-2 game. That's a bit of an uphill battle for him. Given the recent history, Omnic is moving fast today, putting a lot of pressure on Zeth with those quick eliminations. Omnic takes the lead again, putting Zeth back down. Zeth clearly knows how to get his wins on this particular map. We're all square at 4 apiece for these two. Zeth is definitely feeling the momentum shift now. Another flawlessly played point for Zeth, who now controls a 3-round surge. Zeth is playing like a man possessed right now. Omnic answers back immediately to keep this series deadlocked. The rankings have these two nearly identical on the ladder. Omnic claws back a narrow lead at 6-5. The higher rated competitor is making this look easy. We're heading into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. I mean, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected going in. Both guys are playing with tons of confidence right now. Fresh start for both guys here. Zeth just edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round lead. That was a lightning fast exchange to close out the point. We've hit a total stalemate with both tied at 7. It is a dogfight between these two in the bottom third of the ladder. Omnic is really putting on a clinic right now, securing a comfortable cushion as we enter the closing stretch. And we are back to a dead heat at 8 each. He's really fighting against those early series losses to stay in this. What a scramble! He absolutely clawed his way out of that fight to take a 1-point lead. He is truly living on the edge today. Omnic has been absolutely lethal today, putting up a strong 18-22 record across his other matches. Well, it's a high-intensity pace that is clearly weighing on Zeth. He's having to work twice as hard just to keep this within reach. Absolute chaos here. Zeth has forced a 10-10 deadlock. He's really locking in those quick reactions right now. Omnic is really showing his composure, managing to shut down that mini run Zeth had going. Absolute mayhem in that exchange, and Omnic survives a brutal scrap to move 1 point away from victory. Game over. Omnic shuts the door on this match with a lightning fast finish. Zeth pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that final gear. He's really going to be gutted by this one. Hard fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Zeph are stepping onto orange to see who comes out on top today. Omnic currently holds a 16-13 lead in their overall head-to-head history. That psychological edge is clearly translating into a massive momentum swing right now. He's completely owned the last 3 maps this pair shared today. Omnic is really putting the pressure on with that 2-1 lead. The underdog is fighting back early. Zeph is really heating up, completely flipping the script on this set. A very different look than those earlier blowouts we saw. Absolutely untouchable right now as he secures another victory to take a 3-round lead. A scrappy exchange here, but Omnic manages to come out on top to level the score. He's been in a real grind tonight with 21 total games. Omnic barely holds a 1-round advantage now. Zeth has really struggled to find his footing in these recent encounters. We've got a dead heat now, 4-all. Both players are barely scraping by with their win rate overall. The pace of these encounters is just staggering. These rounds are basically over before they even start. Complete deadlock as Omnic and Zeth sit tied up. The lower ranked man is proving he can hold his own. Zeth surges ahead, clutching a narrow 1-round lead. The rank 35 player is completely ignoring the pressure here. We head into the break with a 6-6 deadlock, and honestly, this mirrors the expectations perfectly. Zeth is showing a lot of grit to stay even against the slight favorite here. Fresh start both ways. Zeth edges forward with a thin 7-6 lead. That's an impressive turnaround given how those first 3 maps played out. Pure chaos as Omnic clawed back to a 7-7 tie. Omnic has found another gear and he's starting to pull away here. He's really making the most of those recent successes today. A perfectly executed play, and he's now taking control of the map. Zeth answers back immediately to keep things tight. That's a strong look for a lower seeded player today. Omnic is putting up a really strong showing with a 70% win rate in his last 10. It's an impressive stretch that aligns perfectly with how he's been handling his opponent throughout the day. Now the question is if Zeth can dig deep to avoid another loss. Zeth just stepped up with an incredibly fast response to shut this one down. He manages to fight through the damage to secure a huge victory and put himself at 12 rounds. The higher seed is really starting to lean into his advantage. What a finish. Omnic closes it out with a stunning shot to seal the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the limit there, but that experience at the top of the table just paid off. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Omnic and Zeth are heading to Dunes to see who comes out on top today. Omnic has a clear psychological edge, having won 17 of their 30 head-to-head encounters. It's even more concerning for Zeth since he's currently in the middle of a 5-game losing streak. He'll need to find a way to break this pattern quickly. Nick. He's trying to snap that tough run of form today. These early exchanges are lightning fast. Zeth just isn't reacting quickly enough to keep up. Nick is just dominating, sitting pretty at 4-1. This is starting to look like another dominant series for the favorite. Goodness, that was an absolute slugfest. But he manages to edge out the win with a tiny sliver of health left. He's played a massive amount of games today. He's simply too fast, securing another round with a lightning quick shot. He's simply on another level right now, extending the lead to 7-1. Tough battle for both players, but he manages to walk away with the victory. His long day is starting to weigh on him. Zeth finally gets back on the board with a very precise exchange. He's certainly fighting hard to avoid another sweep tonight. Omnic has played over 20 games in the last day. He seems to be thriving on the high volume of matches. It's an interesting contrast to Zeth's recent struggles, so it will be tough for him to find any momentum here. Omnic takes a big lead, 9-3, and he is just completely running away with this. I mean, we expected a close fight, but that 6-round streak puts Zeth in a deep hole before the switch. Time for a mental reset. Omnic is nearly untouchable, extending that lead to 10-3. This is really mirroring those 3 straight losses he took earlier. Zeth just can't get any momentum going here as Omnic keeps shutting the door on him. Zeth struggled throughout all their meetings today. Another effortless kill puts him at 12 and just 1 step away from victory. The disparity in their form today is just staggering. Zeth manages to hold his ground here, putting up a fight just as the finish line is in sight. Unreal, Omnic shuts the door with a perfect final shot to seal the series. He's just completely owning the day, continuing a total demolition of his opponent across multiple maps. Welcome everyone to Berserk League. Omnic and Zef are facing off on Italy to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Omnic has a strong 58% win rate in their head-to-head history. That historical edge is definitely showing today. It's a tough spot for Zef, who has struggled in their most recent meetings. I wonder if he can find a way to break this cycle. The momentum has completely shifted. He's just far too fast for the competition right now. Just an effortless touch there. He's absolutely dominating this opening stretch. Total blackout for Zeth, as he simply cannot find any answers against this onslaught. Frantic exchange of fire, but Zeth manages to scramble through and grab this round. He barely walked away from that one. Omnic is on a total tear right now with a 6-game winning streak across his most recent matches. Well, the contrasting confidence is striking because Zef has dropped the same amount of games in his last few outings. It's going to be a steep climb for the underdog to steal any more ground. Omnic is just cruising with a massive 7-2 lead. The momentum mirrors their previous meeting on Dunes. These quick exchanges are just favoring Omnic right now, who is really controlling the pace of this series. Completely untouched finish for Omnic to keep the streak alive just before we hit the break. We go into the break with Omnic leading 9-3. Honestly, this has been way more lopsided than anyone expected given the neutral projection. Zeth is just completely overwhelmed, and he'll need a huge shift in energy to stop the bleeding here. Let's see if Zeth wakes up. Omnic holds a commanding 10-3 grip on this series. He is clearly the more comfortable player tonight. We'll be right back with more action from Italy after a very quick technical timeout. And we are back on Italy, where Omnic holds a commanding 10-3 lead as we resume. Zeth fights back to bring this to 10-4. He's definitely showing a bit more grit than in those previous games. Zef is putting up a real fight now, refusing to just fade away after that early struggle. He's really trying to chip away at that lead. He just shut down that little spark of a comeback right there. Zeth is really feeling the weight of a tough day so far. Zeth is showing some serious resilience right now, refusing to let Omnic close this out quickly. Rapid exchange, and he takes it. He's now just one round away from victory. The expected hierarchy is firmly back in place. Zef manages to scramble for a victory and delays the inevitable. He's certainly not going down without a fight. What a finish. Omnic secures the final blow with an incredibly fast shot to close out the game. That's a clean sweep for the day. Omnic just keeps adding to the win column against Zeth. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off right now on Fast Aim. Omnic heads into this with a commanding 19-13 head-to-head lead over Zeth, and he's completely overhauled his form recently to put together a 7-match win streak. He's clearly the one with the confidence right now. Zeth is just too sharp right now, catching Omnic as he tried to push from the ramp. It's a total flip from their previous meetings today. A dead heat at 2 apiece as we reset. He's definitely capitalizing on that momentum from his recent set of wins. Omnic is just a hair faster, finding that opening shot from the ramp to push his lead. We are locked in a stalemate at 3-all. Both players are essentially tied on the ladder overall. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 in a tight battle. He's looking every bit the favorite right now. Zeth has had a rough day with a 7-16 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's struggling to find an answer for the way Omnic is playing right now. If the trend continues, this could quickly become another one-sided affair. Zeth earns another round, proving he's not going down without a fight. The pressure is mounting on the favorite. He's showing some real grit, securing another win from the ramp to keep the pressure on. The momentum is shifting heavily in his favor. We've got a dead even 6-6 split going into the break. Well, this is way closer than the recent history suggested. Zeth is playing a much tighter series than he has in his previous encounters today. Fresh start, side switching now. Omnic barely edges ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. He's really playing like the superior rank today. Zed is showing an incredible amount of resolve, leveling this series off at 7 apiece. The underdog is really stepping up his game now. Omnic takes a narrow 1-round lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Zef has fully erased that deficit, shutting everything down to bring us back to a tie. Neither side is giving an inch tonight. Omnic claws back the advantage, leading 9-8. That's a huge amount of ground he's covered over his last 10 sets. Omnic builds a 2-round buffer with a clean sweep. Zed has had a tough run overall today against this opponent. He's refusing to go away, managing to survive that brawl and stay in the fight. He almost let that one slip, barely surviving the exchange. Omnic is really tightening the screws now, catching Zeth as he tried to hold that ramp. He's really playing his way back toward that top tier. What a display of grit from Zeth, securing a clean stop from the ramp to stay right in this. He's really clawing his way back into this series. Omnic manages to pick him off the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. The seed is starting to plant his flag here. Unreal. Zeth manages to claw back a critical round, surviving on a sliver of health. That was a heart-stopping exchange. Both players were barely standing. What a turnaround. Zeth is untouchable right now, forcing a tie and pushing this into overtime. He's completely reversed the script in these closing moments. Neither side is pulling away from the other right now. This is essentially a coin flip. It's been a tough stretch for him across their last few maps. There was a rapid exchange right there. Both players just happened to cross paths on the ramp. It looks like the higher seed is finally regaining control. He just keeps moving forward, outshooting his opponent from the ramp to reach a commanding position. He just refuses to give up, delivering a crisp finish to keep this overtime battle alive. Zeth is showing a surprising amount of composure in these late rounds. Absolute perfection to close it out. Omnic puts an end to the battle with a final blow to the ramp. He really had to dig deep for that victory, especially since Zeth was pushing him to the limit in overtime. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're at the arena for this matchup between Omnic and Zeth. Let's see if the favorite can hold on. Omnic has clearly been the better player lately, boasting an 8-win streak in his last 10 matches. It makes that early loss even more surprising given how much he's dominated their recent head-to-head games. We'll see if he can shake off the nerves. Zeth is really putting the pressure on, leading 2-1. Zeth is definitely fighting his usual demons today. Neither player is letting the other get any breathing room early on. Zeth has climbed to a 3-2 lead. Looking at the historical data, the map actually favors Zeth. Omnic claws back to keep things dead even. Zeth has struggled recently, falling in his last several meetings. Zeth is showing some real resilience here, refusing to just let Omnic take over the map. He's fighting hard despite that rough 7-17 run today. Omnic currently leads the Lifetime Rivalry 2013, and honestly, it is becoming quite the mystery why he's struggling so much here. It is rare to see the odds flip this drastically during a match. Zeth is really making a statement. He's staying composed, putting up a strong fight to narrow the gap to 2. He's definitely not playing like a typical underdog right now. Zeth is absolutely cruising with a 3-round advantage. He's completely flipping the script compared to their other encounters today. Zeth takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, it's a shock. He has completely shut down Omnic's recent momentum, erasing that dominant 8-win streak from the equation for now. Time to shake it off. What a fight. Both of them were nearly depleted, but Zeth managed to scrape through with a tiny bit of health. Zeth is just refusing to let the momentum shift back. Zeth is just running away with this. 10-4. It's almost impossible to believe the rating gap right now. Incredible. Both players were nearly empty, but he manages to survive the exchange with just a sliver of health. Omnic only manages 6 while Zeth maintains a solid cushion. He's definitely starting to find an opening here. Zeth really knows how to shut the door when Omnic starts building a little momentum. Omnic is finally starting to find a way back into this one after a rough start. Zeth has a better overall map percentage in his career. Zeth needs to step up his game quickly or this slide will get out of hand. Zeth had the momentum, but the rating gap is starting to show. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and he walks away with a 3rd straight win. A really tight exchange, but he managed to pull through. A clean shot puts him just 1 round away from the victory. Absolute surgical precision on that headshot. Omnic is refusing to go quiet, keeping the dream alive with a crisp encounter. It's finally starting to look like the predicted outcome. He's simply refusing to let the match slip away, bringing the deficit down to just 1 round. Zeth is playing out of his mind to keep the lead. Zeth outlasts him in a brutal fight to secure the final round and seal the victory. He really stepped up when it counted and managed to hold off that late surge, a massive performance to get back in this series. What a fight. Welcome to the show, everyone. We've got Omnic and Zeph facing off right now on orange. Omnic holds a significant 2014 lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's a clear advantage that often translates into confidence during these matchups. Zeph will need to find an answer quickly to avoid falling behind early. He's just too fast for Zeth right now, picking up a third straight. Zeth responds with a clean shot, showing some grit to get back on the board. That was effortless. He's showing real resolve by putting the pressure back on his opponent. He's completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit to tie things up. A real shock to see the favorite struggling this much right now. Eth secures another from the ramp to take the overall lead. It's looking like a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. The momentum has completely shifted to Zeth, who is now sitting on 5 straight. Omnic finally breaks that wall and gets the round back. He's definitely feeling the heat after a tough day in the league. Zeth is showing a lot of heart, quickly reclaiming the advantage with a perfect sequence. Another quick trade for Zeph, who continues to prove his toughness in this series. He's making these looks a bit too easy right now. Zeth takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, Omnic was expected to control this one, but Zeth is actually holding his own. We should see if he can sustain this pace on the other side. Let's see if the momentum holds. Unreal, that was a total firefight, and he barely walks away from the encounter. Absolute clutch to stay alive there. Another high-speed kill for him, continuing this push to close the gap. Slowing Zeth down, just as he looked poised to pull away. Zeth wins a messy exchange to keep the pressure high. That's a huge response after the brief. He's refusing to go away, clawing back another round to keep this series within reach. He's refusing to let the gap widen further. He just completely shut that exchange down, maintaining his control over the set. Zeth is really playing with house money right now. Both players were landing shots, but he managed to outlast the exchange to bring the score to 8-10. The gap is shrinking, but Zeth still has the cushion. He's showing incredible tenacity, digging deep to secure another round and keep the pressure mounting. The underdog is starting to feel the pressure. He keeps his composure, securing a pristine round to put himself just 2 away from victory. The script has officially flipped on this match. He's refusing to fold, finding a way to keep the pressure on and keep this series alive. Still looks like the higher rated player in the server. What a fight. He secures the kill in a chaotic exchange to tie the set at 11-11. Absolutely deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Holy smokes, Omnic barely clings to life in a wild exchange to move within 1 of victory. Absolute chaos there. Zeth survives by the skin of his teeth to force this series into overtime. Zeth just outdueled him in a brutal exchange to regain the lead. The pressure is clearly getting to the higher seed. Zeth survives a brutal exchange by a hair to keep this winning streak alive. He's really keeping the pressure high in this series. A total shutdown of that sequence, keeping his momentum rolling in this critical overtime battle. just a effortless peak to tighten the noose, and Zeth is now just one win away. Absolute precision on that flick. What a clutch fight! Omnic digs deep to survive that exchange and keeps his hopes alive. He's fighting back from a tough position in this series. What a final statement. Zeth seals the series with a lightning fast shot to take it all. He really played the odds perfectly there, forcing a victory in overtime after such a tight battle is just an incredible statement. What a performance. Welcome everyone, we are heading to Italy for a quick duel between Omnic and Zeth. Let's see who takes the win. Omnic holds a strong overall advantage with a 2015 record in their head-to-head history, but he struggled to close out their most recent encounters today. It'll be interesting to see if that long-term superiority actually helps him turn the tide here. Zeth is on a roll, leading by 1. Zeth has usually struggled in these head-to-heads. Zeth is making this look easy right now, just putting on a real clinic in the early goings. Holy cow, that was an absolute brawl. He barely scraped through that exchange with almost nothing left. He's really trying to dig in after those tough losses earlier. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece now. It is proving a tough day for the other side overall. Zeth edges ahead with a narrow 4-3 lead. It is getting harder for the favorite to find a footing. These two are completely locked in a stalemate. Neither one can seem to pull away for more than a single round. Omnic finally claws back a slim lead at 5. Zeth strikes back. We are completely tied up at 5. Zeth has a real head of steam now, putting on some incredible pressure as we head toward the half. Zeth takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is definitely capitalizing on his superior 40% map win rate here. Omnic is keeping it close, but he has not been able to stop that early run. Time to shake things up. Omnic has been quite productive with a 22-19 record today. It's disappointing to see him struggle so much in this specific series. It seems like all that recent success isn't translating into results against Zeth. Zeth is really pulling away, sitting on a 9-6 cushion. He needs to find some consistency after those recent losses. He's showing some real grit now, taking this round without taking a single point of damage. Zeth is firmly in control with a commanding 10-7 lead. He's looking very sharp despite that rough 9-17 run today. A lightning-fast reflex play keeps the pressure on as he continues to chip away at the deficit. Omnic is fighting an uphill battle now, and we are seeing Zeth really seize the momentum here. He refuses to go quietly, continuing this impressive push to bridge the gap. The favorite is starting to find a way back into this. Unreal. Zeth barely walks away from that chaotic spray, leaving him just one more win to seal the deal. A blistering reaction from Omnic to keep his hopes alive, keeping the pressure mounting. He's not backing down, putting out a flawless response to keep this series breathing. What a finish. He survives by the skin of his teeth to close out this series. Omnic really fought back to the end, but he just couldn't find the final gear needed here. Truly impressive resilience. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Zef are facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. What a fight. Omnic barely survives after securing the win from the ramp. He's looking to bounce back from those 3 losses earlier today. Omnic is playing a different game right now. Catching Zeth right as he pushed up that ramp. Zeth entered this one having swept their last 3 encounters. Omnic holds a clear historical advantage with a 56% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's a surprising contrast to the current form, as Zeth has clearly found a way to shut him down in their most recent series. Omnic is starting to put the pressure on, holding that ramp to take a lead in the series. Exactly what we expected from the favorite in this matchup. Omnic is firmly in control with the 4-2 lead. He's really fighting back after those 3 straight losses earlier. Zest claws back, trailing by just 1 now. Both of these guys have been grinding all day. The momentum has completely shifted. Zef is on a roll right now, erasing that early lead in no time. He looks a lot more comfortable than he did in those losses earlier. Omnic edges ahead, holding a slim 5-4 advantage. Zeth has suffered quite a bit more today with 10 losses total. What an absolute scramble. Zef barely scrapes through that exchange to level the match. A total reset as we head into the final stretch of the half. Omnic just snatched the lead back at 6-5. It's a welcome change of pace from his recent losses today. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected. Both players look completely evenly matched right now, so it really comes down to who can keep their cool in the second half. Switching sides, now let's get it. Unreal. Zeth claws back the lead by a hair, managing to drag himself away from that ramp with almost no health left. A nail beater that really went his way. Zeth has been incredibly efficient today with an overall 10-17 record. He's managed to turn that into a dominant stretch of form during this particular series. If he can maintain this pressure, it's going to be a very steep climb for the favorite to recover. Just untouchable. Zeth completely shuts the door on that comeback attempt. A very clean response there to stop the momentum from swinging too far. Zef is really putting the squeeze on here, putting a lot of distance between himself and Omnic. Omnic is refusing to go down without a fight, keeping himself firmly in the mix. He wins another quick duel, putting himself in a prime position to close this out. He's truly staring down the win now. Omnic pulls the plug on that run, staying perfect in a very fast exchange. He's staying sharp and refuses to let the door close. What a finish! Zeth secures the final kill and claims the victory. He's just completely rewritten the script today, taking down the favorite for a 4th straight time in a row. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off to see who comes out on top today. Zeth currently boasts a 4-game win streak entering this matchup, and since it's looking like those recent victories were all over Omnic, the momentum is heavily skewed in his favor. I wonder if the historical advantage Omnic usually holds will actually matter tonight. Omnic has fought back to a commanding 2-1 lead. He's definitely making up for those 3 losses from earlier today. He's simply not letting up, picking up a 3rd straight point. He's quickly forgetting those 3 losses from the previous map. Zeth answers back immediately with a sharp burst to keep things close. He's showing that high win rate on the arena today. Omnic surges ahead now, leading by 2. Zeth looks just as shaky as he did during those losses against Ignis earlier today. Omnic is currently really putting the pressure on with a 21-20 record over the last day. It's clear that his consistency is the opposite of what we've seen from Zeth throughout this series. I'm curious if he can keep this pace through the half. Unbelievable. He clutched that out by a hair, surviving with almost nothing left in the tank. Omnic is just dominating now, sitting pretty at 7. It's a complete role reversal from their previous 3 encounters. Zeth is lagging far behind at 4 points now. A very close matchup on paper between these two. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the map stats favored Zeth, so this is a strong start for the current leader. He looks very steady as we move into the second half. Fresh start for the second half. Zeth refuses to buckle, showing some real grit to close the gap to 6-7. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded player. What a response! He's completely erased the deficit and brought us back to a deadlock. Absolutely clinical execution to force this draw. Omnic edges ahead again to claim a slim 8-7 lead. He looks focused despite those 3 straight losses he took earlier. This is a massive shift from those 3 map losses he just endured. A vicious exchange where both players trade heavy hits, but he manages to emerge as the last man standing. His overall record against Zeth is still the stronger one. Absolute chaos in the center of the map, and he barely walks away from that firefight with his life. Man, he is simply refusing to let the momentum slip. Zeth manages to slide another point onto the board. The lower rated player is fighting back for his life. Another lightning fast shots landed, and now he's just a single point away from victory. A completely clean get for the point leader. Absolute perfection to close it out. Omnic secures the victory with a flawless final shot. He really stepped up his game to stop that winning run Zeth had going today. Talk about a turnaround. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Omnic and Zeth stepping up for this one to see who comes out on top. Omnic holds a 21-17 lifetime advantage in this matchup, and honestly it's clear that confidence is flowing his way after taking the most recent bout between the two. We'll see if Zeth can shake that off early. Omnic is cruising right now, leading 2-1. Zeth has had plenty of wins today, but he's struggling to capitalize here. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Omnic is just out-reacting him right now. He's certainly looking fresh after a 22-20 day. Omnic is now firmly in the driver's seat at 3-2. The lower-seeded player is refusing to go down quietly. Omnic is putting on a clinic, extending his lead to 4-2. The lower seed is clearly feeling the pressure here. Zeth has tightened things up and we're back to a one-round difference. It's a tight battle between two players sitting close on the ladder. Omnic is putting together a solid run with a 60% win rate over his last 10 games. It's definitely a contrast to the way things have gone for Zeth today. He'll need to find some answers quickly to prevent this from becoming a blowout. Omnic's now pulling away with a 6-4 advantage. His current form is certainly mirroring that high activity he's seen today. Omnic is really starting to separate himself here, putting Zeth on the defensive. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly the kind of close contest we expected from two such similar players. Omnic is just barely edging it out right now. Time for Zeth to respond. A sharp response from Zeth, who looks completely unfazed as he cuts into that gap. He's looking significantly more composed in these exchanges. Absolute resilience from Zeth to even the score at 7-all. He's completely erased the lead and reset the pace. Zeth is absolutely surging now, taking full control of this match. He's practically untouchable in these quick exchanges right now. Omnic answers back immediately, bringing things right back to a deadlock. It's proving incredibly tough to put away, reclaiming a one-round advantage. A massive momentum shift. We are all square at 9 apiece. Both of these guys are fighting through a grueling marathon today. Total shutdown. Zeth is really starting to claw back into this series. He's putting on a real show of grit, taking another round to keep the pressure high. Those last two engagements were remarkably quick. Flawless encounter there, and now he's just 1 point shy of closing the map. A truly dominant sequence of engagements from this side. Unbelievable. Zeth storms through the final exchange to complete the comeback and secure the series. He really shook off those ghosts and proved he can trade blows with anyone in the top 30. What a turnaround! Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Omnic taking on Zeph in a close matchup to see who comes out on top. Omnic gets the early advantage by taking control of the ramp for the opening point. It's a decent start for the slightly favored player here. Omnic currently leads their head-to-head history with 21 overall wins. He's certainly looking to broaden that gap after a rough set of matches against Zeph earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this early momentum. We're locked in a dead heat at 2 apiece. He's looking strong after taking that last match on Dunes. Omnic makes a great play from the ramp to keep things tight. Zeph really needs to find a way to shake things up. The tension is peaking now that they're tied at 3. These two have been going back and forth all day. Zeph pulls ahead by 1 in a nail biter. That's a lightning fast follow-up to take a lead. He is just unstoppable right now, racking up 3 straight to put a real dent in his opponent's confidence. Omnic answers back from the ramp to keep the deficit to just 1. He's had a grueling day with 22 matches already played. And just like that, Zeth levels the playing field. He's certainly trying to bounce back from those earlier losses today. He is really rolling now, securing another clean look for a 3-round burst. These two are really fighting for every single point tonight. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, everything is playing out exactly as I thought it would. He used a strong 4-round streak to maintain his edge over Zeph in a very close battle. Fresh start for both of them. Gap is starting to widen here as Omnic continues to put the pressure on. His 22 games today have really wore him down. Zeth proves he's not going away easily, picking the opponent right off the ramp. The underdog is refusing to let this game slip away. Zeth has clearly struggled to stay consistent today with a 12-18 record. Well, it makes sense that Omnic is capitalizing on that fatigue right now. He has a huge experience advantage in terms of sheer volume, and it's showing in his composure. Zeth is showing some real grit, picking Omnic right off the ramp to narrow the gap. That's a really sudden shift in the current momentum. He's simply refusing to back down, evening the series up at 9-all. He's really found his footing now to secure a dead even game. Omnic regains the lead by a single round with a very precise shot. The top-seeded player in this pairing is showing his class. Omnic is putting on a show here, really speeding up the pace to keep Zeth on his heels. The higher-rated man is stepping up when it counts. Zeth survives a brutal exchange to claw back into this game. That was an intense duel. Both of them barely walked away from that one. Zeth shuts the door from the ramp, proving he's more than capable of erasing that early deficit. Absolute deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Total shutout as Omnic puts himself just 1 step away from victory. He's putting his superior rank on full display right now. What a finish. Omnic closes the door right there to claim the map. Honestly, he just proved he's the steadier hand when it comes to the high-pressure moments. Zeth put up a massive fight. What a match. Welcome everyone, we've got Zef and Omnic facing off on Mappas today with the slight favorite looking to secure another win. Omnic holds a 22-18 head-to-head lead over Zef in their historical matchups, while he has clearly figured out how to handle this specific opponent. It will be interesting to see if Zef can force a shift in that dynamic today. Omnic is now firmly in control with a 2-round lead. It's been a heavy day for Zeth so far with a 12-19 record. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, taking the momentum and leveling things up. He's just too fast right now, picking up another round to take the lead. The rankings have him as the underdog here. That was a scrap, but Omnic came out on top to bring the series back to a dead heat. Omnic edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round advantage. Looking at the ladder, he just barely edges out his opponent in rating. A complete deadlock as we hit a 4-all tie. We're seeing a much closer battle than those previous maps showed. Omnic is starting to build some real pressure here, making it a very tight race. He's put together a solid 23-20 record across all his matches today. Zef has played a total of 68 matches in this league. And we can see those struggles continuing as the pressure mounts. If he can't break this run, he might find himself in a deep hole very quickly. Omnic maintains a narrow lead at 6-5. He is fighting hard for that comeback after a tough loss on red line. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, this is playing out exactly as expected, with neither side able to pull away. Zeth really stood his ground during that 3-round push to keep this series perfectly level. Let's see who takes control now. Zeth claims the advantage, moving ahead 7-6. The lower seed is really finding some confidence now. Zeth pushes the gap to 8-6, looking dominant. Hard to believe he's falling behind given those high numbers of career matches. Pure dominance from Zeth, who just completely shuts the door on his opponent. A stark contrast to the result we just saw on red line. Unreal. Both players were practically shredded in that exchange, but he somehow closed out a 5th win. Pure desperation from Omnic as he just can't find a way back. What a scramble. He barely survives with a sliver of health and pulls off a huge 11-6 lead. What a fight! Omnic manages to clutch this from the ramp while practically on his last breath. He just managed to hold that runaway train. Zeth gets the edge in that quick exchange, putting him just 1 round away from victory. That's a huge response after losing the previous round. Absolutely flawless finish. Zeth shuts it down to take the entire map. He really put on a clinic here and just completely dismantled everything Omnic tried to put together. Welcome everyone, Zeph and Omnic are stepping onto Orange for a fast-paced duel. Let's see who takes the win. Omnic currently holds a slim 22-19 lead in their head-to-head history. And frankly, the slight edge in rating gives him a fair bit of confidence coming into this map. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn that confidence into a real lead here. Omnic is firing on all cylinders with a 2-1 lead. Looking at the ratings, the higher seed is just starting to exert his will. Zeph just needs to put a stop to this momentum before he falls too far behind. He's definitely feeling the weight of the 23-19 day he's having. That was an absolute bloodbath, but he comes out on top to claim his third straight. He's playing far above his usual numbers on this specific map. He just can't find an answer for this. Another round goes to Omnic. A tough set of results for the lower rated players so far today. Zeph manages to find the opening and secures a round for himself. The underdog has looked much cleaner on this layout in the past. Zeph has actually won 2 out of their 3 most recent matches. So while he's trailing right now, we know he's capable of taking a series from this opponent. The real question is if he can pull those individual rounds together to close this gap. Omnic is really cruising right now with a 7-3 lead. That was a lightning fast trade. The trades have been incredibly quick lately. Both players are reacting almost instantly. Omnic takes a solid lead here with an 8-4 score. He's completely ignored Zeph's higher win rate on this map so far. We'll see if the side swap helps Zeph claw back into this. Time to shake it off. Omnic is simply untouchable, pushing his lead to 9-4. He's currently playing his best series of the night. Zeth answers back and narrows the gap to 9-5. He's definitely fighting back after that rough start to the set. Unreal, he almost went down but manages to scrap through with just a sliver of health left. Pure grit to survive that encounter. Omnic holds a strong 10-6 grip on this. The lower ranked player is really struggling to hold his ground today. Zeth is fighting an uphill battle now, needing a huge shift in momentum to stay in this. Zeth is starting to put up a real fight here, keeping this game from slipping away completely. Omnic shuts things down quickly and is now just a single point away from victory. He's certainly justifying that higher placement in the rankings. Zeth manages to keep the dream alive with a perfectly timed flick. He's fighting for every single point now. What a finish. Omnic takes a flawless final round to close out the series. He really just cruised through this one, completely disregarding how Zeth usually performs on this particular layout. Welcome to the arena. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off today, with the favorite looking to keep his momentum. Omnic has the upper hand, historically leading their head-to-head matchups 23-19. That mental edge is definitely showing early on, especially since Omnic took their very last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can find a way to disrupt that pattern today. Zeth is putting the pressure on with the 2-1 lead. Omnic's high volume of games today seems to be wearing him down. They're trading blows back and forth. Neither one is letting the other breathe in this opening set. Both players are really fighting for their footing here. Zeth just edged ahead, holding a slim 3-2 advantage. He's proving to be a tough matchup for the higher ranked player today. Zeth is really starting to pull away at 4-2. It's a bit surprising seeing the lower rated player dominate the early phase. He completely shuts down that comeback attempt, moving to 5 points with another win. It's a sharp contrast to how things looked in their last set. Omnic answers back immediately with a clean shot to keep this close. He's fighting to stay relevant in the first. He's refusing to back down and keeps the pressure high with another round point. A really clean recovery to get this game back within reach. Zeth has generally struggled in the league with a 40% overall win rate. He's effectively outperforming his typical standard in this specific series. It's a strong showing. And now he's looking to put a real dent in his opponent's confidence. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. I mean, this is essentially a toss-up right now. Zeth looked stronger for a bit with that 3-round run, but he's just barely keeping pace with the favorite. Clean slate for both of them. Both players landed heavy damage in a frantic exchange, but he outlasts Zeth to take the lead. He's barely scraping by with those health totals. That was a total shutout, and he continues to tear through the opposition to take an 8-6 lead. Omnic is just refusing to let up, securing another quick win to keep this surge going. Zeth shows some real grit here, stepping up to shut down that momentum. This keeps the series wide open for the underdog. He's just refusing to fade away, carving back into that lead with another quick victory. Unbelievable. Zeth has completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead even split. Omnic quickly takes control of this exchange, moving back into the lead. Zeth is refusing to break, leveling the match with another effortless strike. The experience gap isn't showing at all right now. Omnic shows a lot of heart here, digging in and taking a narrow lead. The veteran presence is really starting to steer this late game push. Absolutely wild exchange. Zeth nearly goes down, but he manages to clutch out the tie. Absolute nails biter this late in the game. Omnic keeps the pressure on, putting his opponent on the ropes and moving within a single point of victory. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door on the series and claims the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the limit today. He just couldn't find that one final opening he needed. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Zef and Omnic are facing off now to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Zef takes the opener by utilizing that ramp for a better angle. The favored man will want to respond quickly here. Omnic has a historical edge here, winning 56% of their past meetings. And that psychological advantage is playing into his current hot streak. He's really looking comfortable in this rivalry right now. Omnic had no trouble shutting him down from that ramp. He's really showing some poise in these early rounds. The top-ranked guy here just needs to stay consistent. Zeth puts on a strong display here, quickly cleaning up Omnic from that ramp. He's definitely fighting through the frustration after those two losses earlier. Omnic is just too fast for him right now, picking Zeth right off the ramp to take a lead. Omnic is definitely riding a wave of confidence right now. Omnic edges ahead by just 1 round right now. He has been really active today with 18 games already under his belt. Absolutely effortless work there as his streak continues to grow. He is playing like the favorite tonight. Zeth secures another round from the ramp to stay within striking distance. He's managing to put up a fight after those 2 straight losses earlier. Perfect balance here as Zeth ties it up at 5-all. Both of these guys have had a grueling marathon of games today. Omnic grabs the momentum with a thin 1-round lead. The higher rated man is looking very solid throughout these exchanges. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly the kind of deadlock we expected to see from these two. Zef has really dug in here to keep things balanced heading into the second half. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic proves too quick again, holding that ramp tight to keep his narrow lead. Zeth's been struggling today, dropping a few of these high-stakes matchups. Omnic is currently maintaining a positive 25-18 record over his last few matches, and that high volume of play seems to be giving him the edge in these tight exchanges. He looks completely composed while he pushes for the double-digit lead. Absolutely crushing it right now, extending that lead to 10 rounds with an entirely untouched finish. He completely shut that exchange down to keep the streak alive. He looks firmly in control given his recent success against Zeth. He just can't find an answer, pushing his lead to 12 and moving to match point. He's making this look way too easy. What a fight. Zef manages to survive that brutal trade to keep himself in the game. That was an incredibly tight exchange to close things out. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that disaster with a sliver of health left. He is fighting back with everything. There it is. Omnic digs deep in that final trade to secure the victory. He's really cleaning up today, taking 2 out of 3 from Zeth in this absolute marathon of a session. Welcome back, everyone. We've got Zeph and Omnic facing off on red line today, with Omnic entering as the strong favorite. Omnic holds a decent historical advantage with 25 head-to-head wins over Zeph. It's a lead he's been extending throughout their most recent series today. I'm wondering if Zeph can actually turn the tide this time. Omnic quickly levels the score, catching Zeph right as he stepped up onto the ramp. The overall ranking gap is visible early on. Unbelievable. Zeph barely scratches through that exchange to take a 2-1 lead. A surprising shift in momentum for someone sliding in the ratings. Zeph is absolutely dominating right now, leading 3-1. A total role reversal from their recent trio of meetings. What a scramble. Zeph survives a brutal trade from the ramp to secure another one. Just a few minutes ago, he was trailing in 3 straight maps. He's simply on fire, clawing back from near death to keep this run going. A complete turnaround from those 3 losses he just handed over earlier. He's just completely in control now, deleting Omnic from the ramp to reach 6 rounds. Zeth is making a huge statement despite his rating disadvantage. He's simply untouchable, pushing that lead to a huge 7 rounds, shattering those previous 3 losses in a big way. Omnic finally answers back, picking Zeth right off the ramp. The higher seed is finally showing some life. What a fight. He somehow claws out a victory from the ramp despite being nearly wiped out. Cashing in on a risky play for the lower seeded player. Zed is just refusing to let up, taking that duel right in the thick of it on the ramp. He is really playing above his ranking today. Zeph is putting up a huge 10-2 lead. And honestly, this is a shocking start. He was coming in as the underdog after dropping 3 straight maps to Omnic earlier today, but he's just completely outclassed him so far. Omnic needs a huge spark. Zeph is just making this look easy, shutting down Omnic on the ramp in record time. His road to victory has been a total uphill climb today. Omnic is fighting back, but he's still got a mountain to climb to get this game under control. An absolutely clean shot puts him on the verge of a victory. The pressure is definitely shifting toward the higher ranked player now. Omnic manages to hold his ground on the ramp to keep this game alive. He's really having to dig deep for these few rounds. He manages to snag another one, showing a bit more composure in this exchange. The favorite is starting to find his footing again. What a finish. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to close out the match. He really fought through the nerves today, especially considering how much he struggled in those earlier matches. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth taking on the favored Omnic today on orange. Omnic holds a clear overall lead in their head-to-head history with 25 total wins. But Zeth actually won their most recent encounter quite convincingly. It'll be interesting to see if he can secure that same kind of momentum here. Omnic is pulling ahead, taking a slim 2-1 lead. His recent 26-17 round today really shows in this opener. Omnic is really building up some head steam here, putting a lot of pressure on Zeth early on. A complete shutout on that last engage. He's really taking control of this match now. The momentum is completely shifted, and he has just secured his 4th straight round. He's really leaning into that higher ladder ranking right now. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to 6. It's looking like a real uphill battle for Zeth right now. Zeth finally answers back, cutting the lead to 4. He's got slightly more success on this specific map long term. Zeth has a 14-22 record in the last day alone, which means he's been fighting through a lot of tough losses recently. It's impressive to see him recover from that slide and push back against the favorite here. Omnic is just dominant, surging ahead to an 8-3 lead. His higher position on the ladder is certainly giving him an edge today. Omnic goes into the break with an 8-4 advantage. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He really capitalized on that long run of rounds to put Zeth on the defensive time to see how Zeth reacts. Zeth clawed one back, but Omnic still leads 8-5. That was a remarkably fast exchange for the round. He practically survives a war of attrition here, clawing back for another round. We're seeing a much closer contest than the ranking suggested. He is on fire now, keeping the streak alive to close the gap to just 1. Omnic quickly shuts that comeback attempt down, reclaiming the lead by 2. It's a tough spot for the lower ranked player here. Zeth keeps fighting, but Omnic holds a 3-round cushion. He is firmly in control of this series. He's putting on a show now, extending that run to 3 straight wins. The gap in the ladder rankings is starting to feel very real. Another fast win for Omnic, and now he's just 1 away from the victory. He's simply refusing to let his opponent breathe right now. And that is it. Omnic closes the door on the series with a final decisive victory. That's definitely put up a fight in a few of those exchanges, but he just couldn't find a way to break that wall today. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Zef and Omnic facing off to see who can claim the win today. Omnic really has the historical advantage with a 26-20 record in their previous fights. It's interesting to see him start on the back foot considering how well he's played this specific opponent lately. This first round is a small sample, but it's a great way for Zef to shift the momentum. Zef is putting on the pressure with a 2-1 lead. He's really putting the 27-17 day to good use right now. Zef is really capitalizing on his strong history on this map to build up a lead. Zef is absolutely dominating with a massive 4-1 lead. The higher rated player here is definitely feeling the pressure. Omnic is refusing to go away, answering back with a quick, clean headshot. He's got to keep this energy if he wants to close the gap. The comeback continues as he secures another effortless win to stay in the fight. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Omnic has been on fire with a 27-17 record today. You know, it's clear he's got the confidence, but Zef is refusing to let that momentum dictate the pace of this specific duel. Now it's on Omnic to prove he can actually hold the lead. Zef holds a solid 2-round cushion at 6-4. A nice buffer for someone sitting lower on the ladder. He's showing great resolve here, closing the gap to just 1 round. The favorite has finally found a way to steady the ship. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break, and honestly, this is a great result for Zef. He's fighting hard to offset Omnic's general superiority in their head-to-head history. Time to see who blinks first. He just completely dismantled Zef in a split second, taking a narrow lead. He is really leaning into that top-tier ladder positioning right now. He's completely shut down any hopes of a counter run, simply too fast on the trigger. He is just too fast, keeping the streak alive with another effortless kill. The gap in their rankings is really starting to show now. Zef refuses to let the match slide away, answering immediately with a perfect shot. He's completely untouchable in this stretch, extending that cushion to 3 games. Zef simply isn't finding any answer to that raw speed. Omnic is showing some serious grit, putting together another rapid victory to build his advantage. He's completely in control, and now just a single round separates him from victory. The skill gap is showing throughout this entire second half. What a fight. He barely walks away from that clash, but it's enough to secure the map. He really proved that his overall superiority in this rivalry is no fluke, despite the early scare. Welcome to the arena. Zeth and Omnic are ready to face off, with Omnic entering today as the top pick. Omnic has looked incredibly sharp recently. Winning 70% of his last 10 matchups, that run of form gives him a massive psychological advantage, especially considering he's already won 2 of their most recent meetings. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can find a counter to that momentum. Unreal, both players were practically spent in that exchange, but he manages to clutch out the win. The match is trending toward that historical head-to-head advantage. We are all square now, with Zeth tying things up. Omnic's edge today has definitely faded as we move into this set. Omnic regains control with a narrow 3-2 lead. The higher seed is proving a bit too much for him today. They're trading blows in rapid succession. These two are essentially mirroring each other's pace right now. Omnic holds a slight lead, currently sitting at 4 apiece. He's certainly playing the part of the higher ranked competitor. Everything's wide open now that Zeth has tied it up. Zeth is really making a case for himself in this set. The pace is just blistering. These rounds are ending before you can even blink. He's definitely using his superior ladder rating to lean on his opponent. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He barely survives that brawl to even the score. He's fighting tooth and nail to stay in this. Zeth surges ahead and now holds a slim 6-5 lead. The higher rated player is suddenly looking quite vulnerable. You got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, Zeth is refusing to let Omnic walk away with this. Despite the ranking gap, the map advantage is clearly playing a role in this deadlock. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic just clawed back to a 7-6 advantage. The higher seeded player is finding his footing after the half. What a scramble! Omnic barely scrapes through that firefight to extend his lead. A really tight window on that final kill. What an absolute war of attrition. Zeth manages to survive that brutal firefight by the skin of his teeth. Goodness, he almost goes down. That was a desperate fight to keep the momentum shifting. It's a tough day at the office for the lower rated side. What a fight! He manages to edge out a victory in a complete slugfest. That's another nail biter where he manages to hold on. What a chaotic brawl. Zeth walks away from that wreck with just a sliver of health. A total reversal from that 13-7 defeat on Italy earlier today. Omnic just keeps his nose ahead at 10-9. He's definitely leaning on that 27-17 record from today. Omnic is really putting the squeeze on him now, just 2 points away from wrapping this up. A brutal day so far for Zeth with a 14-24 record. Another perfect encounter for Omnic, who now stands just 1 round away from victory. The momentum shift mirrors how their earlier matches ended. Zeth stays composed and keeps his hopes alive with a lightning-fast shot. That gives him a spark of confidence heading into the final stretch. He just cannot be shaken. Zeth secures another win as he continues this dogged effort to stay alive. What a final strike! Omnic shuts the door and secures the victory. He really pushed him to the brink on a map where he's typically stronger. Just an incredible effort from Zeth. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Zef and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Omnic currently holds a strong 28-20 lead in their head-to-head history. That dominance seems to be continuing today given the losses Zeth just suffered in their previous encounters. It'll be tough to see the underdog shift the tide. He secures the kill from the ramp, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. Things are looking identical to their previous matchups today. Omnic quickly shuts him down on the ramp to keep the flawless start going. This is a tough stretch for the number 36 ranked player. Absolutely ruthless. He's just not letting up, moving to a 5-round cushion. Zed finally puts up a fight, digging in for his first win of the set. He's certainly fighting against the odds after those earlier losses. Unreal, he barely clings to life with a tiny sliver of health to take another one. The gap in ratings isn't factoring in at all right now. Omnic is far too quick for him here, easily picking Zeth off the ramp. He's showing exactly why he entered this match as the favorite. Omnic just completely dismantled him from the ramp and is looking more in control with every round. The reactions were almost identical there, but Zef managed to get the jump on him. Still a steep climb for him, given his tough luck today. Zef is really starting to put the pressure on Yer, continuing his run from the ramp. The momentum is shifting compared to their recent encounters. Omnic takes a healthy lead at 8-4. Well, he's definitely capitalizing on his strong current form. Zeth needs to tighten up his defense if he wants to make this a close series. Time to see a new look. Omnic is just too sharp right now, using that high ground on the ramp to extend his lead. Omnic is putting a severe dent in his opponent's day so far. Omnic has been an absolute powerhouse in the league today with a 28-16 record. It's clear he's bringing that high level of confidence into this specific duel. He's putting Zef in a really difficult spot right now. Omnic quickly shuts Zef down as he tries to play from the ramp. Zef's struggle continues after a rough 14-25 day so far. Another quick exchange for Omnic, and he's now just a single round away from victory. That was a very clinical finish to take control again. A huge stop there for Zeth, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. He's certainly refusing to go down without a fight. He's staying composed, catching Omnic right off the ramp to keep this game alive. The pressure is really mounting for the leader now. He's simply too hot right now, pulling off another win from the ramp. He's seriously making a stand here. He's absolutely on fire now, picking up a 4th straight round to keep the dream alive. Absolutely staggering response from the underdog. He is completely taking over this match, storming back with a 5th straight win. What a powerhouse performance. He holds the line from the ramp to bring this game within striking distance. Unbelievable. He's completely rewritten the script to force a tie and send us into overtime. Pure chaos to see everything reset just like this. He survives by a thread and cleans up the round, reaching a truly staggering 8 in a row. He just can't find a way to stop the bleeding. He is simply unstoppable right now, extending his incredible run to 9 straight wins. The roles have completely reversed since the start of this set. Omnic finally answers back with a lightning fast response to stop that runaway train. He's just not missing, putting Zeth in a position to close this out right now. Zeth is just refusing to let the series slip away. Unbelievable! Zeth has completed the climb and officially secures the match victory. He just refused to stay down in the overtime pressure and finally broke that losing streak against his rival. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Zeth and Omnic are stepping onto red line to see who comes out on top in this match. Omnic has definitely held the upper hand in their shared history, taking 28 of their last 49 meetings. He's clearly been the dominant force in this rivalry, but Zeth is fighting back hard after that recent win on fast aim. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can build on that early lead. Omnic manages to shut him down on the ramp, bringing this tight series right back to a nail-biter. Zeth is just too fast for him today, easily picking Omnic off as he pushed up the ramp. Omnic has certainly had more success in the long run. Zeth is putting on a real clinic right now, using that ramp to keep the momentum firmly on his side. He's completely taken over, securing another easy kill from the ramp. He's really challenging that higher ranking in the top 30 right now. Omnic answers right back with a perfect counter shot. Both players have a similar track record on this specific terrain. Omnic has been the much stronger presence in the league today with 28 wins across his matches, and yet he is struggling to find any footing in this specific duel. I wonder if the pressure of the favorites' role is finally starting to weigh on him. Zeth is simply dominating, leading this one 7-3. Zeth is just too sharp, catching Omnic right as he tried to play it safe on the ramp. It's a surprising shift from the usual pattern they've established. Zeth goes into the break with a clear 8-4 lead. Honestly, he's playing far above his usual level today. He really managed to put the heat on Omnic and keep him on the defensive for the first half. Let's see if Omnic can wake up. Zeth is completely owning this territory, putting an end to Omnic's attempt to hold the ramp. He's making that rank gap look non-existent right now. Zeth is just cruising now, sitting pretty at 10-4. The lower seeded player is putting on a show tonight. Omnic is buried deep in a 5-10 hole. He's already showing a bit more consistency across the board today. Whoa, what a fight. Zeth survives by a hair after dragging himself through a brutal exchange to clear that ramp. That was a desperate scrap for the win. Omnic is showing a lot of grit here, refusing to let this slip away despite the deficit. A clean victory from the ramp, and Zeth is now one step away from closing the door. He's really shaking off that tough loss to Kazuki from earlier today. Unbelievable, he just clears the board and secures the victory. He really just flipped the script on the all-time record with that one, proving he can hang with the best. Welcome to the dunes. Zeth and Omnic are ready to go, with the favorite looking to regain some momentum today. Omnic enters this match with a strong head-to-head record of 28 wins over Zeth, and honestly, that historical edge is exactly why the odds lean this way. It'll be interesting to see if the higher-rated player can actually shake off this slow start. What a scramble. Zeth just barely scraps through that trade to go up 3 straight. Omnic finally answers back with a clean sequence, showing some grit to keep this contest close. He's certainly not letting this slip away that easily. Zeth is absolutely dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. Tough trade for Zeth, as he couldn't keep the momentum shifting his way. He's finally settling in, proving the pre-match predictions right. Zeth has been the more consistent force in their recent meetings, and it's clear he's carrying a high level of confidence into this particular set. Those recent wins against Omnic earlier today are setting a very different tone than we usually see. Now we just have to see if he can put this away before the momentum swings back. Omnic is refusing to go away, scoring a lightning fast kill to close the gap to 1. Incredible. He's completely erased that early deficit to tie this thing up at 5-all. He's just on fire right now, taking full control of the server with a 4-round surge. Zeth is really starting to look rattled under this pressure. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break. And honestly, this is playing out exactly as the numbers suggested. He's managing to keep the upper hand despite Zeth's fight back in the middle of the set. New side, new energy. He's putting on a real display of poise, barely taking any damage to keep his lead secure. The gap in skill is really showing right now. Both players were trading heavy damage in that chaotic exchange, but he digs deep to survive it. Omnic is really pulling away now, leading 9-6. He's definitely trying to flip the script on their most recent meetings. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Zeth digs deep and survives with a sliver of health to keep this rally going. He completely shuts down that rally with a flawless encounter of his own. Everything about this match is favoring the higher ranked player. What a scrap! Zeth wins a brutal war of attrition to stay in the hunt. Zeth is refusing to stay down. That was an effortless victory for Omnic, who looks completely composed as he extends his lead. Zeth just keeps fighting, securing another round to keep the pressure on. He's really fighting to narrow this gap. Unreal, both players were completely shredded in that exchange, but he clutches the round with a mere 2 health. Omnic is just too strong right now, putting himself 1 step away from victory. Everything shifting back in the favorite's direction. What a result! Omnic closes it out with a stunning showing to take the series. Zeth really pushed him to the limit here, nearly pulling off a huge upset after those earlier wins today. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Zeph and Omnic facing off today on the map Orange. Omnic holds a strong historical lead in the head-to-head over Zeph. And he's carrying that confidence into this series after securing a victory in their most recent encounter. We'll see if that psychological edge is enough to shut the door early. Omnic is simply on another level right now, sweeping through these early rounds with ease. Unbelievable. Zeth claws back from the brink with practically nothing left in the tank. He's definitely showing some grit under pressure. A perfect response from Zeth, taking full control of the series. Now, the favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable right now. Omnic regains his footing, pushing the lead back to 4-2. He's really leaning into that 70% recent form. Omnic is currently sitting on a strong 28-17 record over the last day. It's clear he's maintaining a high level of consistency while Zeph is struggling to keep pace. He needs to find a way to break this momentum before the deficit becomes insurmountable. Zeph is refusing to buckle, picking up another round to keep the pressure on. Zeph is playing like a man possessed right now. With a turnaround, he's now completely leveled the score. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this one. Omnic answers right back, taking a narrow lead as we approach the break. A huge swing of momentum to end the first half. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, it's a very close battle so far. Just as we expected, both players are trading blows and neither one is letting the other pull away. Fresh start for both of them. An absolute shutout there, proving Zeth has the will to keep this series alive. The momentum has completely shifted back to Zeth. Omnic holds a slender 2-round cushion right now. Omnic is certainly putting his superior ladder ranking on display. Omnic is pulling a rough day for the lower rated player here. He is completely tearing through Zeph now, bringing that win streak up to 3. He is completely outclassing Zeth right now, extending his streak to 4 straight. Zeth manages to dig himself out of a hole to put a stop to that run. It's a brutal slog for the rank 35 player today. A messy trade that ultimately goes in favor of Omnic, who now stands on the verge of victory. He's certainly proving why he started as the favorite tonight. A lightning fast reaction from Zeth to keep himself in the game. He's refusing to go down without a fight. Another clean take for Zeth, putting the pressure back on his opponent. He's clearly found a way to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. What a stand, he's on fire now, clawing back into this series with another win. What a way to shut down that previous win chain. Incredible finish. Omnic survives a chaotic scramble to close out the series. He really had to sweat it out for that one, but it's another notch in his win column against Zeth. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Zeph and Omnic are stepping into the arena for this match, with Omnic entering as the slight favorite. What a fight. Zeph barely closed out the first round after that chaotic exchange. Coming into this with a shaky 16-27 record today. Omnic has generally looked stronger in their rivalry, winning 58% of their encounters. It's a psychological edge that's definitely showing up in his composure right now. The question is whether Zeph can actually break that pattern here. Zeph is cruising along with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's proving that his 42% win rate here isn't a fluke. Unbelievable. He survives by the skin of his teeth to keep this run going. He's looking much stronger than his rating 36 spot suggests. The momentum is completely shifted now as Zeph keeps this run rolling. He's completely shaking off those 2 losses from earlier. Unreal, both players were nearly empty, but Omnic manages to scrape by with a tiny sliver of health. Zeph is currently dominating a player who has been on a tear. Looking at those records, Omnic has been far more consistent with his wins over the last 24 hours. It's a huge shift in energy to see the favorite struggling this much. Complete deadlock on the boost, but Omnic managed to come out on top for that one. He's definitely feeling the confidence from those last couple of series wins. Zeph is absolutely dominating, holding a massive 7-3 advantage. It is a total flip from the recent meetings today. Zeph is just relentlessly piling on the pressure at 8-3. Zeph takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on a player who normally has the upper hand. We'll see if Omnic can recover his footing on the other side. Let's see if Omnic adjusts. Zeph is just unstoppable, pushing his lead to 9-4. The gap in their overall win percentages is surprising given this performance. Zeph is just totally crushing him now at 10-4. Omnic looked far more dominant in their previous 2 maps today. Purely efficient, he just completely dismantled that effort, extending his lead further. Omnic answers back with a precise exchange to put a halt to that onslaught. He's really fighting through a tough day with those 28-17 totals. Omnic is starting to find some answers here, chipping away at that lead with 2 quick rounds in a row. Omnic has been in a huge groove with his last 10 matches. Zeph is back in control and just 1 step away from closing the map. A surprising turn of events for the higher seeded player. Tough break for Zeph as he's denied the chance to wrap this up right now. That was a fast way to slow things. Game over. Zeph secures the final blow to wrap this whole thing up. He really put on a performance to shut the door on this one. Just couldn't find any answers today. Welcome everyone to Redline. Zef and Omnic are ready to face off to see who takes the win today. Omnic currently holds a significant edge in their head-to-head record with 30 wins over Zef. It's clear the confidence is shifting. Zef has struggled in their most recent encounters, and he'll need to shake off those losses to get back in this. Omnic pulls ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. He really needs to make a statement after those 2 straight losses. Zed is really starting to put the pressure on here, quickly cleaning up Omnic from the ramp. He's certainly making up for those tough series on Orange and Dunes. Zeth just secures another one from the ramp, taking complete control of this opening stretch. Looking like a very different fight than their previous 2 maps. A quick correction here, bringing the score right back to a deadlock. The higher rated player is starting to exert some influence here. Omnic edges ahead again, clutching a 4-3 lead. He's been playing a lot of games today, putting in a long shift. Omnic just wipes him off the ramp to keep this surge alive. He's looking very sharp today with a 27-16 record. A crushing response from the favorite, moving his streak up to 4. Things are looking tough for the player, currently sitting at rank 36. Zeth answers back immediately, showing a lot of grit as he claws his way back into this. Zev has only a 30% win rate over his last 10 matches. Well, you can see how that lack of confidence is translating into this series. Despite his earlier success today, the mental weight is clearly leaning toward Omnic. Omnic heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, the match is playing out exactly as you'd expect given his superior recent form. Zef will need to tighten up his game if he wants to narrow this gap. Zef just shuts things down on the ramp, keeping this fight interesting. He's hoping to repeat that 13-6 result from earlier today. Omnic is cruising now with a commanding 9-5. The skill gap between these two is barely a handful of points. Omnic is simply too fast right now, picking Zef off the ramp with ease. Total shutdown. He's now secured 3 straight, taking full control of the map. Zeth holds the high ground on the ramp to get another one back. It's a huge fight for a player who has struggled with the rating gap lately. Zeth has found a way to tighten this up, and he's now just a few rounds away from forcing a tie. A real clash of styles between these two in the bottom half of the ladder. Omnic manages to secure another win from the ramp, bringing him to the brink of victory. Zeth really needs a push to avoid the 50 feet. And there it is. Omnic digs deep to secure the final kill and takes the map. It's completely dominated this series now, really proving that those early struggles today were just a fluke.